Yeah. Actually need to restart the game, I think, but we'll be up soon. TM. Oh, this is actually already changed. Nice. But let's do it once again just to ensure that it doesn't bug out later. Because it could. Oh yeah, that's good. Okay, let me launch the game and I'll be right back. Okie dokie, here we go. Enemy really cooked with the intro to the game. Because the first one was quite the opposite. This one worked out really well. Okay, not bubbling. Time to actually get driving. So yeah, what do we have at hand? I think online championship wise, there's nothing. Yeah, you can only see the completed ones. Which I haven't really completed any championships. Like there are some random events that I did. Okay, so we have two basic races, two short ones, let's say, which is LMP2 fixed at Bahrain, full normal track. Well, not like full layout, but the Grand Prix layout, normal one, and Spa fixed, which is gonna be really nice. And intermediate, we have WEC experience at Le Mans, just normal sunny, with double the fuel, and then prototype challenge also at Spa. So I'd probably be interested in this. Well, I guess I'm interested in all four really. So let's just start with this. Oh, Dario is in this one. He's gonna be super quick. So yeah, let me register and go in with absolutely super limited practice, but it is what it is. We'll get 7 minutes of practice. Okay, so I do have Oculus mirror set up, so let's see. Maybe it is gonna stutter, maybe it's not gonna stutter. We don't know. Who's it gonna be at night? Fix setup, fix setup. Yeah, I changed the graphics settings to a bit lower to maybe potentially have a better frame rate or compensate that potential lagging. Okay. Well, we're really gonna see if when we're gonna start driving with other people on the track. So not even in quali, but like at the race start. Learn how to push that car. It's very tricky on throttle. It's not necessarily tricky on throttle, but it's tricky to understand how to get the timing on throttle. And the execution itself is not that difficult, but it's just grasping the hand in your head the idea of what's the fastest way to drive that car. We're going on the throttle really early. Well, the problem is not benchmarking it, because I don't have performance issues. Like, I have absolutely zero performance issues. The problem is the stuttering that happens with the Oculus mirror capture through OBS when, I don't know, there's very little headroom. But sometimes it seems like it's doing it also in other situations where there should be plenty of headroom, yet it still stutters. So like, I could crank up the settings quite high and still easily get 90 FPS even with other cars on the track. I can easily get that. And the stuttering is kind of new thing, because it didn't used to do that. It's got to be some different drivers or something that cause that at some point. A beautiful region. Drive on the grass. Dude. Like, he's trying to get out of the way, but just parked it on the exit of the corner. Ugh. Should I qualify for racing? I did that one longer race with this car, with this track in LMP, and the track kinda grew on me, so could be interesting. Good racing here. Already. Oh. Well, there is some practice. And that's it. Yeah, it's like, look, it's maybe easier for me as I'm a more experienced sim racer, but I totally agree that it's tricky, and I can totally see how other either less experienced or beginner drivers, or even experienced drivers, but with just less maybe adaptability skills, could to a degree suffer and just have issues with just jumping between classes. It's like you get into the zone of driving a car, and it's not necessarily that hard when you understand how to drive it, get in the zone, right? But jumping between different cars, like do an event in LMP2, do a daily race in GT3, do a daily race in a hypercar, and all of them feel ever so slightly different. I can definitely see how that could be challenging. But doing more of that, I think ultimately is good for learning. I don't even know what fuel I need for quali. Okay, so in practice I got cold tires, but in the session actually there are tire warmers, headlights. Yeah, and that's also the case. That obviously LMP2 is fixed setup, everything is the same. Yeah, but brakes are cold. It's definitely true that it's a driver's class, but at the same time it's a very specific car, so like you can just jump into it even as an experienced driver but not experienced with that particular car, and you're gonna be still massively off because of how peculiar it is. Just something to have in mind. Like, my expectations for this little event here are very low, because I just know that even though I've driven the car a few times, ultimately there are drivers who are just so much experienced with it that I can't get there right straight away, like on demand, with very little practice and prep, you know. So let's see. And let's see if the streaming is gonna be good in terms of quality. Yeah, I'm gonna have to trust the in-game base calculation for fuel, but we're doing like 1 minute 49 probably lap, so 150. So 8 minutes, I can do 5 laps, 5.7, let it be, seems good enough. It's a daily race. At the end of the day, it is just a daily race. That is probably gonna be really fast. Let's see. just a clean lap. Actually, purple middle still. 50.7. Actually ahead of Darian first lap. First lap is already horrible. Oh wait, what? I can write that off easily. Still yellow, what the hell? Okay, so track limits are super... I mean, Dario is gonna easily beat that on the second lap. I'm assuming the whole time the second lap is faster, but it was bad lap in the first place, so... Marski split us. Someone else went into P4. Let's see. Probably lose a ton of positions right now. Are the tires holding on only for 1 lap? Seems so. That was horrible. So yeah, if not that mistake, Ramar's in the pit. If not that mistake, I probably could have matched it. Actually gained that half a tenth in last corner as well, so yeah, there's definitely more in the car even on this lap. So let's see. Now potentially people are again gonna improve. Yeah, exactly. Damn it. Shame. Because I lost the front row as well with that. Doesn't matter. This lap is quite over already as well. I left tons of time on the table in that corner in my first lap. Shame. I wonder if the way to go was to pit and get fresh tires and do actually another run. Are there limited sets? No. So maybe actually going with like way less liters would be the way to go. Someone's saying 11 headshot. Is that laps? Yeah, laps 11. Let's see. Like you see, this is the lagging I'm talking about. Exactly right now. There were those stutters. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, with the throttle, I would argue if the way that cars behave on the throttle. Like you can be more aggressive on the throttle, but you still have to rely so heavily on traction control. It's ridiculous. Maybe not so much in GT3s, but it's also because the GT3 tire is just so weird and floaty, and it allows you for so much. So you just drive past that. Okay, well, we are P4. Did they? I mean, there's literally a planned update for the game, so... The game is in constant development, so... Those bugs, don't get me wrong, those bugs could still be there, and then... Sure, the complaint can be made, but the game as it stands is still in early access and it's still not finished whatsoever, so... Surprised he didn't lose more doing this. Oh fuck! He literally made a move and then... What is that? It's like he jinxed and then went back to the middle. What the fuck? Ah, this... Fucking hell. It... Right before... I got just confused. It's still my fault, but I just get so confused with what the fuck he did. Because he did that jinx in the middle, just before the braking zone. And then, like, as he was about to go to the middle, and then he just didn't, and I just got confused. Fuck's sake. So stupid. Well, let's see, maybe the car with suspension damage is gonna be turning better. But the tires are super flat spotted. It is turning better. Surprisingly, the car isn't even that badly damaged. Or, let's say, that badly affected pace-wise. Should have just simply did that. car is surprisingly fast considering damage. Faster than Dario. She's fastest on the track right now. And gain 2 tenths in the first corner. Come on, no, the steering crank of this fucking car. Just drive. Those are the races you just wish to die. It's really weird with the crooked steering. And with the crooked rear suspension never like locks. The rear suspension rotates it a lot. the suffering end. What a horrible race. Why did I do what I did at the start? So unnecessary. I don't know. My brain just wasn't braining. Like, he did this jinx right here, and I thought like he's going to the right, so I went for here, and then I realized, oh, wait, there's not gonna be any room here, because like he just did a jinx, and like that completely. It's my bad, but like the jinx is to the left, and then right as I'm going to go for a gap that he's about to open, he covers it again. So he jinx and then goes back. So right as I'm about to go for it. So it's just, it could be us moving at the braking. It's moving twice. Because he went there, and now as I'm about to go there, he again changed the trajectory straight away, and he's already again covering this part of the racetrack. So he moved twice. But I'm still a car behind, and I outbrake myself at the end of the day. It's just that I was confusing it, and he shouldn't do what he did. He should do one move a lot earlier and decisive, because this is just unpredictable. Like, he does the jinx. He does the jinx. He's going in a straight line. Then he does the jinx. Then he does the jinx, and goes back. I just should have went fully for the inside, because I already realized I was quite decent in that braking zone when I got it right. So it is what it is. Wait, no, don't tell me that it's structured in a way that I literally me watching this replay right now, and I have to wait now for 20 fucking minutes because of the how the schedule is done. Oh my god. There's so little time between the races now, I see. Oh my god, I should have known. Okay, well I can enter that. Look, I had big damage because look at my sector 1. The sector 1 is also so bad. I'm 4/10 off in the first sector, and then the rest of the lap for me is actually quite good. First sector, 4/10 off. Well, I had damage. Scenario is already as well signed up for this. I'd like to try a GT3 because I don't have a setup for Spa. Give me a sec. Damn it. Is it low descent or not? Oh, I'm loading the wrong one. Oh, okay, I don't know what I'm doing. I just go on to check. No, it's endurance pit lane. Fucking hell. Oh, yeah, yeah. Let's go. 1 lap practice. Oh, perfect, the game hung. Is this serious where you need to fuel save the shit out of the car to make the race? Wait, race, rain percent 100%. Okay, I'm gonna fuel up for 4 laps, whatever. fuck's sake. Should probably just save tires. Oh my fucking god. Didn't extend track limits on the inside though. Average open setup experience with no setup. Oh, this step is gonna be so bad. Oh, so bad. Holy shit. What the fuck? I'm not over the track limits. Oh. Fuck off. Race over before it even began. Fuck me, and I'm 8, 2/10 to 6. It should be 6 easily. normally good turn 1. I'm gonna run out of fuel anyway. Oh, so horrible, Jesus. No, I don't want to quit the session. So there's a rain coming in the second part of this race. So, holy fuck, 10th.
Formation lab has started.
Rest in peace, brother. The draft was ahead as well. fuck's sake, that's stupid. That's illegal overtake from the guy either way. And I lost 2 positions because of that. Why are they now taking it so fucking slow here? Come on. Fucking R factor 2 physics. You see the guy ahead of spinning and you're like, oh, I need to avoid him. Oh no, that's just slip angle. This is really annoying because the guy ahead who overtook someone behind me illegally just has high wing. High top speed. It's gonna be very difficult to pass. Let's hope he has pace. Be able to drive in a top 4 train. Should have committed. I did the move! He got taken out by a backmarker. It's the move! No! Oh! Fucking hell. I was about to save it and then he pushed me even more. Shit, dumb mistake. Yes! Yellow track limits. So bad. Oh! Okay, I'm third. Now they're pitting, but that means he's gonna have to stretch fuel super long. Unless they get lucky and the race is one lap shorter. Oh yeah, that could happen. Fucking hell. In that case, what I did is completely stupid. If not, then they have to feel safe. But obviously, the time was I'm getting right now is way more considerate, but oh my fucking god, obviously now the timer changes to... Actually, the race is 15 laps. By a whole fucking half the lap. Knife. Oh my fucking god. I got confused because there was a car leaving its box, or at least moving in its box. Fucking hell. Stupid game. Do ACC people complain about LMU braking. I mean, LMU braking is better than ACC, so I agree that the second one is the bigger problem. And that problem is that this guy is now ahead of me. Oh no, and those two now, for fuck's sake! I hate that. Because it's not only time loss. Time loss I could deal with, but fucking position loss, fucking hell. Two as well. Okay. One way to do it. Well, Dario easily gets P1 out of this now. It's just a good call. I mean, we just don't know how this game works, right? So this is just a gamble. Also, you know, just the fact that I put 8 laps of fuel in the car, but I have, after half of an out lap, 6.9 remaining. I see no issue. It annoys me so much that this game has so many different calculations for stint timer, fuel usage, energy usage, and the calculations that should be done in-game are fucking wrong. Like, it's just math. How do you get math wrong? It's not that difficult for the game to calculate how long the race is gonna be. It's not that difficult for the game to tell me if I'm putting 8 laps of fuel, 8 and a bit laps of fuel in the car, that if I do one out lap, I'm not gonna have 6.6 remaining. Like, those are important margins, and like, the game completely doesn't give a fuck, and always calculates wrong in both directions. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. It's so weird and so annoying. And that's what I complain about in ACC, not the braking. Plus, whatever is bad in LMU braking, which is still not amazing, it's not necessarily connected to the braking itself, but the tires. Thank you. Also, the water needs to disappear from the windscreen with the wind. Like, it needs to flow. There's no physics to the water, and now I have droplets of water on the windscreen that are not moving away. They need to get away. If you back out, man, it's gonna be easier for us both. Am I fighting with the guy ahead or the guy ahead of him? No, I think I'm fighting with the guy ahead of him. I'd like to have 6 laps of fuel now, but I have 5.8. And again, the calculation go back to 16.1. What the fuck? I was prepared for a paddle, like a little aquaplaning spot, because I saw it visually, it was not there physically. Ooh. Hello? Very naughty man. So I have to save a lap of fuel. Thank you, game. Yeah, well, I don't care that it calculates at the end of finish lap. It makes sense, but it shouldn't calculate at the end of the finish lap when someone's in the fucking pit. It's just pure logic. It's an error in the calculation, in the logic of the calculation. It shouldn't take into account a lap that was done. It can be calculated based on a lap that some of it was with the car in the pit lane. Like it's just a flawed concept. A car went to the pit lane? Fine. Let's not take it into calculation. Blame Andy. You know what? You're absolutely right. It's Andy's fault. Fuck you, Andy. Are you either hit traffic or he's also fuel saving us? Fuck. Now I can do 4.4 laps. Copy. It's something. fuck's sake, this stupid tire model. I'll probably lose P2 because of fuel saving anyway. But that was annoying as fuck. Are you telling me that now it's gonna be again 15 laps? Oh my fucking... I'm gonna lose it. I'm like, I don't know what to do. Should I push or not? Because at this point it could be just a 15 lap race and yeah, I'm fine. It could be a 16 lap race and I'm not fine. Darius pitting? Oh my fucking god, so if Darius pitting then the race is gonna be way shorter. Fuck me, full push to the end. Jesus fucking Christ, so annoying. Okay, I need to focus. So that spin is gonna cost me the victory in the end. Fucking hell. With those calculations, we're not even like close. We're like gonna start the final lap with minutes to go. A minute! This fucking game. Okay, oh, she's flat. Explains a lot. I am half a second faster a lap than, and it doesn't matter obviously because I lost 4 seconds in that spin. No, 6 times faster. It's an absolute shit show, the mathematics of the race. I mean, P2, I'll take it. It was a shit show, the race. It was so weird. There was that funny moment. Where it's gonna be? Almost good move, and then I looked up a little, and it was still on the verge of legality. Then he completely went off the track. So this is normal. And then he rejoins into the guy ahead of him. Like, if he rejoins, I need to leave him the space, right? But I see this, and I'm like, I'm just gonna sit back and see what happens. And he did exactly what I thought for a second. That there's a slight chance it's gonna happen. I'm gonna wait. And he does go into that guy, and they both spin. So stupid. Like, he just boots it and drives into him, and I almost die here because of it. And there was that spin from me that was so sad. Next lap, I think. No, still one more than this. Was it here? No. It was this lap. This was so sad. So here it already loses it, and I don't catch it, and when I attempt catching it, it initially sorts itself out, but then the tires are again already too hot on the surface, and they don't want to grip anymore, so they just continue looking up. It's a definite driver error. I mean, you could see on the last lap, I think, that I almost did the same, but I controlled it just way better here. Well, I just got it this time, right? That the car is like supposed to slide at this slip angle, but there's ever so slightly too much of it, and then it rotates. It's a weird thing, cause like to a certain degree, it feels like yeah, it's gonna slide through that slip angle nicely and progressively, and there's a moment at which it starts auto-rotating, and there's no coming back. It's really weird. Still losing rating. Gaining safety rating as a super safe driver. Understandable. So we have another Bahrain, or we could try one of these. But do I want to do one of these? Oh wait, no. That's different to what I was thinking. I wanted to do another one. Oh, okay. What is at Le Mans? I want to try this again. You know, while actually knowing how to drive this time around. So was not planned, but it ends up being like LMP2 experienced kind of stream. Be right back. Okie dokie. A little practice. After this race I need to remember to quit the game really quickly and register straight away for Spa. Alright, this is with no tire warmers on the practice server, isn't it? Oh, it is warm tires. Oh wait, just wasting time. Damn it, I had a bit of time to practice to get back into the groove for an MP2, and I completely wasted that time by Actually a decent lap. Would be pole last time around. Still suck in sector 1 though. There was sector 1, still 0.6, so still really bad. Decent last sector. Middle still in a bit off, but did mistakes. There is in again. Why can't those servers go longer for those 2 minutes? Why can't I just like still keep on practicing? So then the practicer just ends and I can jump in straight into quali. I mean, it makes sense. Don't get me wrong, it makes sense, but it would make sense in the way I said it as well. A CFO update tomorrow is going to be interesting. Oh shit, that braking was really late. No, it doesn't show me live timing there. There we go. Fucking hell. Ah, okay. Wasn't invalid. Was close. Six from there, really good time. Oh. Why did it look up again? What the fuck? Stupid car. I braked even earlier, and now I have a flat spot. This car is fucking black magic. Ah, so annoying. I mean, that will probably improve massively, but... Fuck's sake. Yeah, 0.2 from Dario. That I wouldn't be able to do. It's still fucking hell. Why the car just brake this time? What the hell? Nice. One from Dario, so fast. Ah, that mistake cost me P2. I don't know how to exit out of turn 1. The traction control of this car is so weird. Okay, okay, what the fuck? Why is looking up inside rotating the car suddenly? This car is so weird. It's challenging and it's enjoyable in a way, but it's just wrong. Should have pitted and went out again. Oh, is the thing lagging again?
Formation lap has started.
Yeah. Congratulations. Good job, guys. Very good job. Bro, I just want to have some fun in this fucking game. And everything's broken. What's the point? I don't know, someone from like P8 or P9 dives everyone into turn 1. And then the guy who ultimately my car pushed off the track decided to rejoin right into the apex where 3 cars were there, and the rest is history. forget about the purple. Why are you blocking rear? Following this guy. Hello, Slipstream? Why is he driving away? That is damage. Annoyingly. Traction control is so retarded. So weird. It sometimes locks the car out of completely an acceleration. Did the funny. Fuck's sake, this damage. I'm slower on the straights and I can't use slipstream. So I have to dive. For position. Fully understandable for him to be defending that. least it's some fun. The next car ahead is 7 seconds, so I will not be catching. I will not be catching that. Didn't crashed. Why am I following people? Fuck's sake. How did that hit up the rears? Check something and then I forget what. I'm confusing myself now. Oh, fucking hell. I'm taking sweet time with this guy ahead, but it's only one up to go. Felt like we're only like halfway into the race. Okay. Fuck's sake. Track limits. Why are you turning into me? He cost himself a position more, and I managed to finish before this guy. Jesus. It's a legal move. It's a legal move. Deep shit. It's a legal move. He cost himself a position, and then he's acting on emotion. One thing is being annoyed, another is acting on emotion. Oh, bro, the switchback is so sweet. Wham! Fully side by side. I take the apex. I'm ahead of him. and then we touch. And he keeps on turning into me. That's not on me, that's him touching. This is just contact physics in enemy. Like, he keeps on turning into me, that touches my car, and you saw from my point of view how that ends. So, ultimately from his position, it looks probably like, oh, why are you opening the wheel? I'm not opening the wheel, you just touched me and are... And stuff's happening. Yeah. I'm probably gonna have to go quickly to next race. You mean which one in terms of next? Because I'll try to do straight away this. Did I miss it again? That GT3. Where is the GT3 one? Huh? Did I miss it again? How fast do I need to quit to be able to make that race? Oh no, it started already 10 minutes ago. What? Wait a sec. What's the schedule then? Oh, so the race is every 20 minutes, but the race itself lasts 40? Okay. I'm so stupid. So... Oh, okay. Last time around I thought I can do them interchangeably, but I can't. That's dumb. That's dumb. Because now I can do this. I mean, I guess this is just full Ferrari fest, isn't it? Yeah. And Yerne tried it with the Peugeot. Okay, since we have time, because I don't really want to do this. I don't want to do really Le Mans. And I would have to wait for forever for any other race, unless I do prototype fix again, which I probably will. Then let me check the triplet to what the hell happened during that race. Because obviously the start was interesting. Considering I dropped to basically last at the start, it came back to 6th still. Always something. The REO space was really good. I just couldn't put the lap together because it took me too long at the beginning, and the car was damaged again. So it's not like it matters. It's just silly daily races with no prep. Those daily races in LMU this week are kinda... like, they're interesting. I'd love to do that Spa again, but just with, I don't know, a better setup. I think I'm gonna practice Spa in this. I think that's what I'm gonna be driving. Because I want to do that Spa race again with that weather, but just figure out better in terms of fuel and stuff. Okay, so so what did happen in that race? Because P3 actually had a really bad start, so I jumped P3 straight away. I also don't know why was I so bad. Like I had a good reaction, but like he had really bad positioning and he caught me up so much right here. Like he just started catching me while I'm not able to catch up to guys ahead whatsoever. I don't know if it's like different shift points, just different, but he's being side drafted here, so. Okay, he also shifts at basically at the blue light. maybe it's just an illusion that he actually had a better start straight away. He just was that far behind me. That also could be the case, but it's just interesting how much he gained on me overall. All the way to the braking zone. I mean, he is like 2 kph faster, right? Does he accelerate earlier? I'm just intrigued, right? Because I want to understand how like slipstreaming works, maybe different TC at the start, because here where we're starting, I mean, we do have the same speed, right? When we get through that initial phase of wheel spin, I'm still faster than him, right? So maybe I misshifted somewhere? Yeah, maybe that was too much. Okay, so I need to short shift then. Or like shift earlier than this. Understandable. But then none of that matters because it's that guy. Isn't that the... Oh wait, that's the guy who caused the entire thing and then we clashed with him in the last corner, didn't we? Yes, it's the same guy. Oh. What a move. What a move. Aye, what a move. This is amazing. And he's doing it intentionally. It's not like he's outbraking himself. Because he brakes normally. He brakes at a normal point. Here he could start decreasing the brakes. I don't know actually what he's doing. Well, he doesn't have to at this point still decrease the brakes to avoid lockup. Yet, I don't know, depending on what brake pressure he's running. But he's definitely releasing that brake too much and then... It may be both. It's like he's trying to maybe get there, but... it's not gonna work then. This is just too much. And then this guy, you see the red car rejoins so aggressively into me, and that rotates me. Because he just needs to back out and... I can't give him more space. Like, I'm ahead of him, so it's not my part right now to slow down. I could slow down if the red car, if the black car is not gonna give me space. I'm trying to sort of push him because, like, let's be honest, come on, man. There's no one really behind us. The black car could do us a solid on and give us some space, right? But at this, so I'm doing the best for us both to maybe get some. But at this moment, like the red one, it's just like, he also wants to get back on the track. I understand, but it's just too late. So it would be cool if this guy at this point, rather than accelerate straight, be like, okay, there's nothing right here on the helicourse and in my mirror. I'm gonna leave those guys a tiny bit more room because ultimately he does lift off the throttle, right? But it's too, he doesn't do anything wrong. He doesn't do anything wrong, but he could do as a solid, like I said, and give us ever so slightly more space straight away, considering the thing we went through here, right? Because we are ourselves going into like 2-3 wide in here, and he knows that he's the car that's technically on the inside from this whole kerfuffle. Okay, fair enough. The stream is stuttering. You see, that's the point. Now I'm gonna alt tab into Oculus Mirror. Look, there's actually no performance issues. It's not stuttering whatsoever. There's no performance issues, and my game is with a decent frame rate. But and this is not stuttering. But if I go back to the game, then the game goes to being 90 FPS fixed, but the thing is stuttering. I just don't understand how to fix that. It's so annoying. Well, I could fix that by... Well, I can at the end of the day just stream... Wait, what? Oh, come on. Like, stream just the game. So, it's not as beautiful. It maybe looks a bit more distorted. And I don't know why you're seeing a black screen right now. So we could do that, but then it looks a bit more distorted and not as nice, not as quite high quality. But now it's not gonna stutter for sure. Anyway, my mouse is now lagging though. And yeah, and then Mr. Valentin just tries to get back on the track, but unfortunately in this situation it's just, I mean, what you're gonna do? He just has to lift right now and tries to go in behind you, because I can't do anything else in this situation. I could try to push the black car to the right and indicate him like, but oi, we need to get back to the track, because otherwise like it's gonna be actually even more difficult. So it's just like, it wasn't on us that we went off the track, it was that other purple car. So, you know, let's just rejoin the track all together in a harmony, right? But we're just not able to out of that. Like, that's fun. Unfortunately, actually, fortunately, I am not hit by any other car. How do I get back to myself? Here I am. So I just roll and get away from those two. So at this point I am actually last. Like, from the cars that are actually on the track, I am last. There's still that car that's in the pits. There's two cars that are in the pits, but I'm basically last. Did they start from the pits, or did they manage to RTG so early? What happened to them? So that guy pitted at the start, and that guy also pitted at the start. That's interesting. I wonder what they're doing. Is that like they get a drive-through being so far back and they're able to like take it already lap 1? No, because this guy is not pitting for something, so maybe fuel. And this guy maybe had a drive-through. But we are basically last and with damage. You hear this happen? Yeah. Boom. He went flying. Also, yeah, the game is grayscale. It's just a game bug. Here I did a stupid mistake about outbraking myself behind him, yeah. And he outbrakes himself here and almost spins on the exit. I remember one of those was here annoyed with me, and who was that? I think this guy. I got quite aggressive with him, but I just wanted to get through because I have the pace. Well, at the end of the day, I went through all 4 of them, right? So it worked, but getting through past this guy required some decisiveness and aggressive moves, because here I go for the move, and like at the end of the day I am here, right? But it's really interesting the way physics work in this game, because you look at it in slow motion, you're thinking, what? Why is his car not affected? It just keeps on turning. It's funny. Like, if you look at it from my perspective, it's funny because I'll brake myself. Whoa! Suddenly grip. I get so much turning from just leaning on the guy. Because my car should push him a bit more than the other way around. I think that should be adjusted a bit. Because there are situations where you can abuse that system, and I wonder to what extent the product of that is that the cars like get stuck in a way a little bit with each other. It's an attempt. It's an attempt. I am my front wheel is beside his rear wheel, so it would be nice to get a bit more space than him going all the way to the bollard. It's sort of funny, but judge it how you will. At the end of the day, it's not an overtake. But here I get a move on him. He somehow falls for that dummy, and here I just get side to side with him. I'm ahead of him. I open up the front. Just perfect amount of space. Holy shit, that was really aggressive here. I just wanted to get it done because I saw that the guy, if he's willing to defend hard, then he's. If I get an opportunity, I might have to just make the most out of it. And then this guy ahead of me does a mistake, so I just straight away get underneath his shoulder, and I think he also loses position straight away to this guy. Well, he is, which is funny because, you know, at the end of the day, this guy is the one who gets annoyed with like my aggressive overtake. With what was aggressive, right? Borderline completely legal because there's no contact here, and then the contact happens when I'm ahead of him and I leave him space. So you see, like it's the opposite situation where I, in a way, abuse the contact physics. Funny. And then the guy ahead of us spins. Maybe next lap. He just outbrakes himself and gets on this thing. This thing is slidey as fuck. Then I'm like, I decide that I know how to brake. So, whoa, that's late. That was good pedal control because I broke really late. And I had to do this. What's the word? Diagonally. And then here really keep the pressure on, yet not lock up, and then release the pressure to avoid locking up. So that one right here, that release of the brake right here was really crucial to feel it out right here. And it was enough to just stop the car. Pretty nice. He broke early. Like he broke early. It's not like a dive bomb and a half and like some unreal braking performance from anime, right? But it is a decent move. And then this guy appears ahead of us because he does a mistake here. Probably maybe tried some TC off or some stuff. And the defense straight away, which is completely fine. I wanted to maybe get at him here, but just ever so slightly too much, because if I didn't get that curb, and here if I with a low brake bias managed to get the rotation right, because here you can see that the car is just plowing and doesn't want to rotate, but you can get beautiful rotation here if you work great with the brake balance and the brake, well, the brake itself. here, you know, I can attempt something, but it's a very difficult corner to get to the outside anyway, because it has an open exit. And then I just drive behind it with mistakes and just being a goofball, not focusing. It's like, I'm faster, he spun, I have the pace, it's probably only halfway into the race, then I do a mistake right there with track limits, he gets away from me, and I'm just driving, and at the end of this lap I realized it's only one lap to go. He does quite poor first sector in those S's, so I gain quite a lot of time on him right here, because I do great, really decent S's, and he just scuffs it a little. And I hug that curb there really nicely. He just does really weird S's, like he's just so slow through here. He just didn't use the track whatsoever, and it looked so weird and pedestrian. How much brake pressure do I use? I don't remember. I know it's like one left click from default, but I don't remember what the pressure actually is. It was 60 something. Yeah, and then he does another mistake. In LMU, there's so many things that are reversed in a weird way, and I always confuse them. Like spectating a previous driver and the next driver. Like, I want to spectate the next driver, like, which is behind me, which is next driver in a line. Like, I'm whatever the position it is, like 7th. I want to spectate 8th, next, but I'm spectating the previous one. It's so fucking confusing. It's the same with brake bias in the setup menu. Some of the stuff is just reversed. Or like the counter for like the amount of laps that you just completed, but it counts it in a way that it counts the amount of laps that you started, with a decimal point being how much into the lap you started you are. So basically, if you're at the end of your first lap and you've completed 0.9 laps, by the game logic, you are on 1.9th lap, because you are on the first lap and 0.9 of the decimal like range of that lap. So the race, for example, is gonna be 59.9 laps. That counter tells you, right? Or something like that. So that means that you are gonna do 59 laps, and the timer starts counting when you're gonna be at 0.9 of your, like 0.9 into the lap of your 59th lap. So the counter is gonna show 59.9, even though you have completed 58.9. It's so stupid. There's so many little things like that just seem so dumb. So yeah, he misses the corner. Did he lock up? Did he just run wide? I don't know. No lockup visible, so he was just driving a goofball. Then he tries to cover it. Oh, this looks so fucking good. I don't know why. It's just, there's something just so satisfying about the switchback like that. That's just so clean. And then I had the apex, and then this touch happens, and my car, even though I am fully turning, where's the camera? I want to be fully turning. There's nothing there. I get the touch, so when I get the touch, I want to like straighten out the car, because that's, well, the straightening out with the steering happens because I start going on the throttle, and when I fully go on the throttle, I want to straighten out the steering wheel, because the car is gonna start rotating on the throttle every single lap that happens. Just for a proof, right? I can show you a previous lap where you just go on the throttle and you straight away release the steering almost to the starting, because the car starts sliding on throttle, right? So you always do that, which is really weird driving style, but that's what you do. So me releasing the steering to the center is that. I don't intend to push him wide. I intend to here go on the throttle, rotate car is heavily, and still give him space. But then our cars touch, and you can see that before I even get the chance to actually rotate the car on throttle, my car gets already straightened out by this amazing physics, contact physics, and we just get stuck. And when you get unstuck already here, that costs us so much time. He gets on the dirty part of the racetrack, so can't accelerate, and I almost get beaten by the guy behind me. And this guy is probably super mad because he's turning in right here into me, but it's like you can't really blame him for keeping on turning because it's so natural that he wants to, like, after the contact here happens, he wants to keep on turning more. Like, I understand, but the fact of the matter is that right here he braked quite a lot and gave me the right into the corner and the apex and let me be ahead of him, and maybe attempted to, I don't know, do a cutback or something, and then decided, okay, to not do cutback anymore, but then the contact here happens, and I would just keep on turning. I would keep on turning if that goofy contact wouldn't happen, and we would both end up here side by side, but we got screwed by contact physics. Because here my car could have rotated a lot. He could have started accelerating in a straight line a lot earlier, because he's like kind of thinking maybe he's gonna outbrake himself, so I'm gonna prepare for the undercut. He's probably where throughout the braking he was like, oh, he's outbraking himself surely, so he's preparing straight away right now for an undercut. But then right here he's realizing that that's not gonna work, but he's with the car that's like position wise set up for an undercut. That's not gonna work right now because I'm here. But it's like too late for him to, at this point, really release the steering because he was already committed into the undercut, and that causes the touch to happen. And then that touch, I mean, look how straight my car is going. This straightens out straight away. It's like glue. It's so weird. And so I understand his frustration, but there's still no point of driving into people because you're mad. It's just immature. Anyway, next race, is there something I could drive? Spa. Okay, so we have a choice. We could practice this, or we could practice this. I could do GT3 fixed, or I could do that Spa race with interesting weather. Let's see what car is the fastest. It's not Mustang. It's not Mustang. But to both races we have 20 minutes, so 20 minutes of practice in a GT3 would be quite an overkill. 20 minutes of practice in an LMP. Fuck it, I drove LMP too much today. Let's do something else. What other liveries do we have for those cars? I think the WEC livery could be a bit different, is it? I don't know, not really. Is it for 777? Hello, I'm clicking. Okay. No, those are the same. I don't think many people are driving this. So I think those times are quite poor. Maybe it's a coincidence that Ford is not that high, because I would expect Ford to be. I don't know what's the bob here, but I could try Porsche. What are the conditions? I don't know. But I haven't driven Aston much, and I have driven Ford a bit, so I'll try Aston. What the fuck is happening with the weather in the background? Okie dokie, we are sitting in the Aston. That wheel is huge. I don't think that wheel should be as big. Quite a lot of FFB. What are the conditions? Quite cold. Maybe I should try the port. It's probably absolutely fucked bob-wise though, in terms of speed. With tire warmers, yeah. It's a good question. What should I do with the? Should I rev it? Maybe. So much different. No magic rotation on the throttle as well. Well, there's obviously rotation. It's not like you touch the gas and the car suddenly like goes into a completely different set of physics for the tires on the exit, because that's how LMP2 feels. It feels like the moment you even touch 10% of the throttle, it's like, whoa, the car rotates in a completely different way. This is more logical, but at the same point, extremely floaty and undefined. The other is very much defined, but the LMP2 in the way it moves, but it's a very goofy way. And this one is like extremely floaty and like mushy and why are default setup so fucking understeery? I just want to drive a car and not go off the track in a fast corner that should be flat. Is that too much to ask for? Why can't the default setup do this corner flat? I'm not gonna drive this car. This is too understeery, and I hate cars like that. Why can't you make a default setup that does this easily flat? The car is able to do that easily flat with no issues whatsoever. Why are you making a default setup that can't do it? What's the reason? You're the one developing the game. You should know all its ins and outs. I think it is a Porsche time. And it's not like the car is easier to drive because of that understeer. Because a normal driver drives that car over that understeer so much, tries to fight with it the whole time, that the car consistently snaps under from understeer to oversteer because you're trying to throw the car so aggressively to counteract that understeer that's inherently in the setup. It's just a bad way of making defaults. From the outside, this car sounds so nice, but the inside, in the inside engine sound in LMU, there's something weird about it. There's a weird like humming. And it's not really whining, it's like humming, right? So rather than there being a raw engine and whine on top of that, it's like there's a weird humming, and every single car has that. Hello? Yeah, the game seems to try it because that's how the capture works. I think I'm gonna go back to Oculus Mirror then, if it doesn't stutter too much. On the other hand, holy shit, this has so much rotation on the default set, so... Are you trying to kill people? Holy fuck. Yeah, the slip angle is ridiculous in this game. And the Porsche with the rear engine that wants to slide that rear just accentuates how broken the GT3 tire currently is. It's absolutely ridiculous. As much as LMU has potential to be a great game, this is unacceptable for the cars to drive like that. They're like fine to just drive around and be fun game, but with the current physics, it's 2025. Assetto Corsa has better physics and it came out 11 years ago. And I think it's unacceptable for a game like that to still have major wrong characteristics of behavior that are coming from R-Factor 2 and should have been understood by developers and ironed out. It's difficult, I understand, but I think we should agree that we're past that and it's time for a change. Because you can also visually see how the tires, especially the entries of the corner, are working in terms of the temperatures, right? And the rear tires are just being overused. 911 works its rear tires hard as a platform, as a car, in its concept. That's right, but like, what is that float throughout the corner? Holy shit. I understand that the car moves around on the tire, but this is so weird because I don't understand, and I can't feel definitely what is the movement that I'm actually feeling. Is it the slip in terms of the contact patch moving around on its own, the contact patch deflecting, the tire wall deflecting? I can't feel it. Because those could be different things, and this just floats, and it's not a defined float, and I can't really feel what exactly is actually happening with the car. Okay, how much of the pace are we? Probably like a 21. It was never good. I mean, just see how much it's floating on the rear tires. Holy fuck. Yeah, but you know, it burning the tire is a product of just inherently how the tire itself behaves, so... It's not a problem with the Porsche, it's the problem with the tire, and every single car exhibits it. It's just the Porsche shows how bad it actually is. And you drive other cars and it's like, ah, it's fine. Well, it's not. Because it's not like every car drives on a different tire. Every car drives on the same tire. Bro. Why are you braking in the middle of there? Oh my god. What's the point? It's like front tires are not doing anything right here. Straight away, slides on the rears. And I can feel in the force feedback that the force feedback can be light throughout the entire range of the corner. The car is actually not leaning on the front tire whatsoever, and it's not using it for turning. It's in a constant state. It's in a constant state of just working the rear tire in a super sloppy way throughout the whole corner, and it's so weird. I heard. This is actually gonna be quite slow. I think also top speed wise I can already see that it's not really good. And I'm scared of doing Don Rouge actually, because it feels like I'm gonna lose the rear on the entry to Don Rouge, which is just ridiculous. And the rear tires are 110 degrees right now. 110. What have they done to this car? Jesus. I don't want to drive it anymore now. It's just the pain. There were like 2 laps somewhere in the beginning of the run where fronts are too cold for the car to really be fast. Rears are there, but then the next lap the rears are already no longer there. And that's it. You see? Already no rear grip. And we're out of any sort of operating window. If I would not control the rotation whatsoever, the car just completely auto spins. I spun on purpose. Oh my fucking god, I actually don't want to drive it. This is... because it just reminds me of how bad it is and I don't want to experience it. Event starts in 8 minutes. Let's just go Mustang, because everyone is just driving Mustang. And I know it's a safe... It's also on the thumbnail, so I'm gonna drive the combo that's on the thumbnail. Sue me. Yeah. And it's not even a BOP problem. Like, BOP is a thing on its own. Like you can see with hypercars, that's where BOP is big issue. But at least hypercars drive the same because they're construction-wise so similar. They have different powertrains, sure. They have maybe ever so slightly different characteristics, but it's within a way closer ballpark. But GT3s are vastly different, and because the tire they have is just really weird. And considering this is their newest tire, I'm really worried to what they actually are gonna cook for the next update. I hear that there's gonna be some tire changes, and I'm excited for it, but I'm worried because they felt like this was a good change. It's like, really? Are you sure about that? So LMU driving wise has tons of problems, which, like, as a fresh game, which again I always say that it has novelty factor, people like it. So because of that, people are willing to look past what's currently not so good with it, because there are other things that are really good in it, and there is stuff that's just really good, and you want to play it. But in the long run, if it's not gonna be, of course, but if the game was just as it's right now, in the long run, people will get really tired of the meta. People will break the setups and realize that the car with actual setup drive even worse, and their behavior is absolutely ridiculous and shouldn't be acceptable whatsoever. And the game would follow ACC path of its death, but super shortly, right? Because ACC was in a good, had a very long life cycle, and throughout majority of it, apart from one last update, it was in a way leading the industry, at least in the cars that it was simulating, and it was one of the best games out there for the time. It got outlived by other things that came out in the meantime. iRacing finally has weather. It has all the other stuff. Other games came out, as of course with mods, got modified to the point where it's a completely different game. So there's stuff out there, and ACC died because of it. And this is like, it's new and it's good enough and it has a lot of stuff going for it, but it has it has all those shortcomings that ACC had in its last iterations, and even more so. And over time, they would grow and make the game unplayable in the long run, truly unplayable, I think. Who's doing other races? Because there's that prototype challenge. Is Dario doing that? No, some other people are. Yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be cool. I personally, I just care about the tires, because I care a lot about the driving, and at the end of the day, I think if the game drives amazing, and then you have a platform to make content around it, and it's like you can approach it from two sides, right? Because you can have like, you can have a game that's jack of all trades, master of none, and then you can have a game that is like amazing, which is iRacing, for example, which is amazing in like the content, the content it gives you, and the ability to use the content in terms of the service that they provide, right? That iRacing has nailed. Nobody can match them. Nobody. It has the player base. It has all the matchmaking, the different content they provide for different people. It's also fleshed out. The service is amazing. Driving, you could argue there's also stuff there that's not amazing, but you don't drive iRacing for driving, and for the realistic physics. You do it for all the other stuff. And if LMU too much leans into that direction, they stop with the really sloppy physics that it has right now, which are like sloppy in a completely different way that iRacing has it, because iRacing tires are, you just have to underdrive like super, right? Those you have to overdrive, and it's just the most opposite you can. It's completely on the other opposite of the spectrum where iRacing is. Those tires you have to push, you have to overdrive them as fuck. There's no like actual real balancing act that you have to do with the car. You have to overdrive the fuck out of it. Way past what would actually feel like reasonable. So, and it's really sloppy also in how it feels, and like non-defined. So now if they want to create an amazing game around it while the driving is still being like that, it could work, right? But it's never gonna beat iRacing, because you just can't beat them. The player base is too big. So if I think LMU has to nail now the physics, because when they give us longer races and swaps in terms of driver swaps, it's good enough then for the tires to come in and make it finally an extremely well driving sim. Basically what ACC used to be before, like at the very beginning of its cycle, where it was like driving so much better than also in its own peculiar way, right? But it was progressing in a good way, and it had definitely best driving GT3s out there. And you were willing to drive it, and people were willing to drive it, even though the online experience in ACC was really only carried by the community, right? But because community was willing to put up with it and just drive those cars and race those cars, all the racing happened in ACC, and we got to esports, and huge competitions started being hosted on it. Even though the game, like, is really goofy in a way that some of those competitions are actually being hosted. The whole racing in ACC was heavily carried, like, to the point of ridiculousness, heavily carried by the community on their own. Right? While LMU and Studio 297 already did that step where they provide on their own quite decent in-game online experience. So if now they can on top of that deliver the tire, rather than being that jack of all trades, master of none, and have something that they can say we truly have something going for our game, that it's not like we have only the best just package, or like, because then you would, if it would be that jack of all trades, master of none, it would be so easy for everyone to start pointing at things that are just not good enough, and there wouldn't be anything standing out from it as like amazing, and it would slowly grow to the point where all that stuff that's not amazing about it, even though it could, but it's just very mid, all of those things would start growing into, like with ACC, like I said, this is a bit too annoying, this is a bit too annoying, this is a bit too annoying. As a package, it's still a decent experience in the game, but I can't put up with it anymore, and that's what happened to ACC. It's still a great game, but it's just not good enough anymore, and it doesn't have anything special about it going anymore. Even though as a package it's still such a great product. It still is, and I truly believe that ACC is still one of the best sim racing games out there, but over time that experience just is too mid and doesn't have anything outstanding going for it, and LMU has to do that. It has to get something that's really amazing about it, because it's not like their hypercars are exclusive. There's IMSA licensed content elsewhere. GT3s are not exclusive. There's GT3s now everywhere. So they have to get something in the game, on one side or another, that's gonna be outstanding. And service-wise, you can't outdo iRacing, so it has to be physics-wise. And I think they have the basis to do that. So I want them to do that. I'm just worried they're not gonna. I should stop yapping. I need to remember, Mustang is really weird at on Rouge. I have to commit into it so early because it just bottoms out, I think. Yeah, and it does that if I commit early. I wonder if I need to stay in 5th or upshift to 6th. I'll see next lap. I'll do next lap in 6th. wrong gear. Fuck's sake. Yeah, this is also wrong gear, so I should be in 6th. I should be in 5th. It is what it is. I didn't drive GT3s in a while and we forgot how to push them. One should improve. Oh, that chicane was actually so bad. Doesn't matter, P2. Front row is front row, I can have a race. Yeah, 2 tenths in the middle. Good first. I think I recognize the first guy's name. And is the race 11 laps? I don't remember. So no, it's gonna be 9 laps. I'm doomed. Yeah, nine. So yeah.
Formation lab has started.
This car also has that weird like humming. It's not really a burble from the engine, it has that weird hum, which is not also a whine, it's just weird. Because that doesn't really sound like an engine. Even though from the outside the V8 sounds absolutely glorious. Good turn one from P1. Really nice. Yeah, Ferrari died on a rush. Going through there, I was thinking to myself, like, my car got light. Ferrari is really difficult there. I wonder how he's gonna do. I look in the mirror. Oh, he spun. There's no way I could do this pace in a Porsche, even after practice. Or maybe with like really extensive practice, but not race pace. And I saw leaderboards with race pace. Yeah, not happening. Not a chance. P1 got shafted with the side draft and yeah, it sounds really, really good. It looks to be really good. It sounds also quite nice, especially from the outside. Okay, I need to focus because the guy behind is fast. So with him, I need to be also fast. Chicane entry. P3 is a bit too far away from P3 is too far away from P2 for them to fight. Jesus. Well, the car is heavier, so I'm driving like a dumbass. What TC? I don't really remember. 411, something like that. Quite low. Mustang drives with very low TC. His app is gonna be quite strong. 20.0. My low speed is quite good compared to him. So I have to run from him. I think that's gonna be the race. Yeah, but it's a Mustang. Like, try it out. Too early. No. Little mistakes. Fuck it. Fast. Oh, damn it. I'm mainly sad that it's invalidated. That's way too much speed. that was quite bad, but still gaining time relatively. Was the best out of tires, so getting a purple now will be a challenge. Definitely better in low speed than him. I'm just too tentative on the entry and the car just doesn't want to rotate as hard. Damn it. Just don't have tires through every part of the lap anymore, but pace is there to match the delta. I can do a 0.0, but pace is really good right now. I understood a bit more how the car drives, but still quite difficult to get more out of it at this stage. I don't mind it. It's just like an average car for me, you know. But there you see, I'm not aggressive enough in the middle of the corner. I overstabilized it on the exit, it just understeered and I lost time because of that. Like, you have to push the shit out of the cars in this game or you're just gonna under-rotate them and not use the grip that's there. Holy. But then if you slide them too much, they also overheat. But there's that fine margin between overheating that you just have to push them past what you feel is right, and they don't overheat at that stage yet, but they're giving you tremendous amount of rotation and grip. And you have to find that zone and play within that zone as well, so there's that, but it's like counterintuitive a bit. That was like first lap of major time loss and mistake. But we build up 2 seconds of a gap and 10 seconds to before. I think there's just also grip finding going from the car. Maybe the fixed setup for this week is also altered a bit because this car has a lot better time with on rush this time around. This week. To understand it properly, not really, but low brake bias, high ABS settings seem to be working quite well. You can definitely feel when the ABS is trying to help you and when it's trying to work against you. So don't work against it, work with it. You can use ABS for it to help you with some trail braking and stuff like that, but don't rely on it. No, wrong gear. Never mind. Right. Damn it. On the last corner, be another faster lap than him, but it is. Actually, decent in one. So high brake bias settings, the other way around. Low brake bias settings, high ABS settings. Low brake bias settings in a way that towards the back, front first number low. Low brake bias, high ABS, and try to work with ABS. Don't avoid it. But when it's kicking in too much in the front axis plowing, then obviously, yeah, that's bad. So it's not gonna do the job for you, but you can work with it. Last lap proves that there's just still pace in the car if I do it clean. Just look at the gap I did right now. Probably made a mistake somewhere. Maybe wanted to avoid track limits or something like that. Let's try to nail last chicane. It's still crazy that this sort of exit is barely any slower. Well, GG. Yeah. So lower ABS will definitely give you more rotation, but I see the meta is so far that you just rotate it with high ABS but low brake bias, and it doesn't seem to hurt you too much in a straight line, but then throughout the trail braking phase it gives you a decent, nice controlled rotation which ABS controls, and I definitely did notice that into fast corners, if your ABS is too low, it's very easy for the car to just like dig in too much with the fronts, with brake bias being low, obviously. So that's the meta. Yo. I was driving through the race and I was like thinking the whole time, damn, I'm really gaining when I'm in the slow speed. So I did thought that was you. I think I saw you in the chat on Yerney stream, and your name was kind of in the back of my head. So it was a cool race, man. At the beginning, I didn't have the pace because I just jumped into it with barely no practice, and I was driving that LMP2 earlier. So yeah, but then like after what was it, 4 or 5 laps, I just sorted it out together and I built up that gap. Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. It also shouldn't be. You should be rotating the car in a different way. It shouldn't be relying so much on the rear generated rotation. That's why low brake bias or car rotating a lot with low ABS is like sort of the thing that would work, right? Because it should be sort of the other way around. Not maybe completely the other way around, but you shouldn't be using minimum brake bias with maximum ABS, which is basically what we use. So I was like a click lower on the ABS from max and like a percent higher from minimum, and then for slow speed I was going for a minimum. So I don't know if lowering ABS by a click or two gives me something. I heard that it actually makes you in a straight line brake worse, but I feel like it lets me just bite into the corner a bit earlier and then control it throughout it. While with 11 I always feel like I cannot really get that initial bite, even though it like nicely helps you throughout it. But I just always like that initial bite from the front tires, so I think that's what I can get with a click lower ABS or something. But then because my ABS lower, then for high speed I go back up a percent. Yeah, hopefully next update. Okay, let's see what do we have next on the list, or what time even is this? Yeah, it's getting late. Let's see what other races are on the offer, and if not, let's just finish it there. Just stuck in server free. I mean, you can see like in the other races where I was doing quite poorly and I was all over the place because of the crash or something, like I was there losing driver rating by like a percent or two. Now with quite a decent race, obviously the field isn't strong, but I can gain a percent. So once you get to silver free, you really need to do those like big events. So yeah. Yeah, but that's the point. Like, when you're at the top of silver free and you're really doing only daily races, the silver free, that's where you're kind of gonna get with daily races. I could get easily then to gold if I did more championship races, but I barely done any. And those are really the races that give you a lot of rating, and where there are other strong drivers that the elo calculation can go off and give me the rating because I'm faster than really strong drivers, right? But if I'm already silver free, but then everyone else in the race is like silver 1 or something, well, I'm gonna gain like a percent, right? So I would have to do shit tons of races to even get there, and then I could get one race when I'm crashed, and it's so easy to lose that, right? And again chipping in, because for example, if we look at this race where I got taken out, right? I lose 5%, right? But I was 6. I did a decent recovery from last to 6, right? So I don't really care. It's like, considering where everyone is on the list, this is still top, right? Because even with this, I'm expected to like finish first almost every daily race, if there's no other like super strong silver free or gold driver, and then I can do like a few championship races, and I'm gonna be in the gold straight away. Yeah, exactly. At the end of the day, it's just rating. Like, don't really care. Can I see what exact rank other people gain? Because you can see, like, for example, someone silver 1 finishes 5th with quite a lot of silver 2 drivers and quite a lot of other silver 1 drivers behind them. He gains a lot, and he's probably also like at the beginning of his safety 1 rank, so that's why he gains so much. I don't see exactly how much someone gains, right? I assume maybe it's like, I don't know, single digit is like 1 arrow, double digit is 2 arrows, and more than 20 is 3 arrows, maybe something like that. I don't know. Well, we could maybe try to understand that there's 2 arrows. There's 2 arrows when I gained. There's 2 arrows when I gained 49%. What? Huh? What the hell do you have to gain to get 3 arrows up? Doesn't matter. Oh, definitely. I'm really looking forward to testing ACF tomorrow, and I hope that there are some tire changes, because if they're not, it's like yay, we have cool cars to drive and performance improvements and replay improvements. So I can just drive cool cars, slide them around, get cool shots of it in the replay, and see how performance is in VR, because it's supposed to be improved. So I'm definitely looking forward, because I think AC Evo has great, like absolutely great baseline. There's stuff to fix there, but there's a great baseline. It's like LMU physics wise, it's like I don't really know what they're supposed to improve first, right? Because there's a lot of things that are going wrong with the tire. There has to be a major difference, right? While in AC Evo, there is like, if the difference, if there's something to change in the tire, it's not major. It could be a lot, but at least you know that that's the one specific thing that needs to be ever so slightly tweaked. And I have a gut feeling that changes straight away. I can imagine, and I know how that tire will behave, and it's going to be amazing. And that's probably what developers are cooking. So I'm super excited to potentially see those changes in tomorrow's update. And if not in tomorrow's, I'm fairly certain they're gonna get there with ACF driving wise. But with this, it's like I want them to do that. I really want them to do that. I'm just not sure that they know themselves what exactly they need to do, because this shit is complicated, and the base they have is like very floaty and very slidey, and I just hope they're gonna get on top of that. It's not impossible, so let's hope they're gonna do it. Guys, let's just, like I said, let's just see what's gonna be the end last race that can potentially be there for me. It's gonna be either again LMGT3 fix, but it's like we did that, and prototype challenge is gonna be in half an hour only, so I'm not really gonna be waiting half an hour to drive again that wet race. But this is really a interesting combo, so I'd like to check it out again, maybe make a setup or something. Obviously it's getting late, so it's gonna be also not as popular, but I'll definitely want to check it out, because like the time that I did was like in slipstream, but I had to lift so much in the middle sector, so, and with a completely random setup, so majority of the field was like with high 60s on a good lap, right? And the tire die off really fast, so to do that 6.5, that only is like you have clean air and you're pushing throughout the whole thing, and you can get amazing middle sector, right? Because that's mainly where the difference is. And maybe lower wing, because you can see that in the middle sector, like Mr. Daniel Leclerc was not even that much faster. And I don't have a setup for that car, so I would like to work with a setup on that car at Spa, and that could be some other time, because that's really cool combo. And cool event in terms of the weather it gives you. Where is that? Again, here. That it starts raining in the middle of the race, and then like it really, there's a lot of water coming down onto the track, and you have to figure out what's the best lap to pit on. And I think the weather is variable enough. I'm not sure, but I think the weather is variable in those races, and it should be variable enough to sometimes make it one lap or another where to pit, right? So there's always that decision that has to be done. Maybe on other stream, but tomorrow is going to be definitely ACF. But for today, I thank you for watching, and that's going to be it, because we did some driving, we checked it out. It was great fun. Let's test AC Evo tomorrow, and let's get that going. Alternatively, I could always fire up AC Evo now and get like a combo for a reference, while I would be trying to, rather than trying to remember tomorrow how the game feels. But I can also not update my game and do that on the stream tomorrow. So I think I'm gonna do that. So yeah, for today, thank you very much for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Just some fun races. There was some crashing. There was some races with decent pace. There was some other races with bad pace. There was some races with me being confused, me doing mistakes. There was some races with just me doing a recovery drive. So bit of this, bit of that. So yeah, have a good night, and see you tomorrow with AC Evo. It's gonna be super fun. Good night.